Can you share this? Ma'am, can you share the slide?
You can see the screen right now.
Yeah.
Afika,
Yeah, ma'am. No, okay.
also like this PDF is already shared with you, Afika. The one, those documents that I shared with you on last week. This is one of them.
Yeah, okay, ma'am.
I think it's already recording. Yeah. Yes. You all done writing answers? Yeah, okay. Afika, you also tell me, I mean, like once you're done writing answers, you can't see the questions here. Afika,
Yeah, ma'am.
have you like written all of the all of what you call this case study? Then I can move to like the questions here. Those are on the next page.
Okay, ma'am.
Did you all receive this week's dues? No. Yeah, completely. Anyway, you have received last week's one. You only have to receive this week's one. Type your email address here because without a project, otherwise it will be hard for you to do today's class. Then I will forward the tunes. Can you check whether you have received tips? You need to receive two mails, and it should contain one PDF. Did you receive? Huh? Sorry? I have sent you two PDF, two mails, and each of the mail contain one PDF. One for today and one for tomorrow. Day one is the external. And yeah, external one is what I'm planning to cover on today. Then the internal one is for tomorrow. You have also received it. Are you done writing the answers? Afika, I send the new tudes to you as well. I mail those to you. What about you two? Are you still writing? You dear? Are you still writing? Done. Afika, are you done writing the answers, or do you still need some more time? Hello? Hello, Afika, are you done writing the answers, or do you still need some time?
I don't know the answers, ma'am. Little difficult for me.
Okay, anyway, we will discuss the answers, so then you can write it down.
Okay, ma'am.
Then, since you three have written the answers, can you tell me the answers for the first one? It's very simple, the first one. Yes. Yeah. Yes. Then you. Is that right? No, that we can see. But here, what they're asking, what are the immediate problems? So, in that sort of scenario, you have to mention the causes. Why you feel like the cash flow will be impacted? In case of in the yeah. Yes. You. Yeah. So when you Here I have not given any marks, so it's like this. So the question is, based on what you have seen, what do you think are the most immediate problems for this hotel? Then you can just simply mention anything that you can consider as a hotel, right? So here, so this hotel is catering for both domestic and international tourists. So here they are specifically saying, over the past year, the hotel has faced significant economic challenges that have put pressures on its operation. Then they have mentioned first one, inflation has surged, causing the cost of food, utility, and hotel supplies to rise by nearly 25%. So that's a what do you call, that's a problem. Second one, imported goods, including toiletries, linen, and maintenance equipment, have become substantially more expensive due to the weakening of the Sri Lankan rupee against the US dollar. That's the second problem. Third one, the central bank has raised the interest rate. Then the occupancy rates are fluctuating unpredictably. Occupancy rate means I explained that on the last week as well. So let's say if a hotel has 100 rooms and currently only 7 people are occupied in the hotel, but still 30 are left. So the occupancy level means the number of people who are staying compared to the number of rooms available. The more the better. Here they are saying the occupancy rate is fluctuating unpredictably. So that's also a problem. Then high unemployment across the country. That's also a problem. Then staff have begun demanding higher wages to keep up with the rising living costs. That's also a problem. So these are the problems. Do you need me? Do you need me to say those answers? Then you can write it down. No. Okay. Then Nafika, you also write. These are the answers for the first question. Okay.
Okay, ma'am.
Okay. The first one is inflation has surged causing the cost of food utilities and hotel supplies to rise by nearly 25%. The second one is imported goods have become expensive uh, due to the weakening of Sri Lankan rupee against the USD. The next problem is central bank has raised the interest rates. Next one, occupancy rates are fluctuating unpredictably. Sorry? Occupancy rates are fluctuating unpredictably. Okay. Then high unemployment across the country. Next. Staff who demand higher wages. Yeah, still, we are in the first one. To keep up with the rising living costs. Yeah. So, Afika, you were also able to write all the answers for the first question, right?
Yeah, ma'am.
Now, then we will move on to the second. Out of those, like identify the top three challenges and explain why they are critical. Or what you can do is, so in the first for the first question, we have written down five problems. Then what we can do is we can categorize those into top three challenges and then explain why they are critical. Have you written answer here? Have you written any answers? So here, here the question is only asking you to write down the top three challenges, right? So, but if we take a look at this, actually we can identify four. First one, rising operational costs due to the inflation. This includes all the ingredients that you can purchase locally as well as imported items, right? That's the first critical problem. Second one, high interest rate affecting borrowing costs. That's another critical problem. I'm only saying the answers, then I will give you the time to write it down. Then third one, declining tourist numbers due to economic uncertainty. That's the third one. Fourth one is like you mentioned, like retaining the staff and the labor challenges. Okay. So yeah, shall we write down the points under each of the problem? So the first problem we can see is rising or operational costs increasing due to inflation. Afika, I'm saying the answers to the second one. So here I will be telling four challenges. Right now I'm telling the answer, talking about the first challenge, okay?
Okay.
So first challenge is operational cost increasing due to inflation. That's the first challenge. So you can write both the cost of inputs purchased locally well as imported have become expensive due to inflation and weakening of the Sri Lankan rupee against the USD. Because because the cost of food Utilities and hotel supply.
Can you repeat it, ma'am?
Cost, the cost of food, because cost of the food utilities and hotel supply, have increased by 25%. And imported goods, including toiletries, linen, and maintenance equipment have become expensive due to the weakening of Sri Lankan rupee against the US. All done after that part? Afika, are you done up to that part? Hello?
Yeah, ma'am.
Okay, then right. I'm still saying the answer on the same point. Then production cost will increase profit margin will be reduced until prices are adjusted. So that's for the first point. So here when we say, that the inflation of these items have risen by nearly 25%. So in every country, we use something called a consumer price index, right? You have heard of it. So after referring to that only, we can give an indicator of how much the inflation has increased or decreased. Then second challenge is high interest rate sorry, high interest rates which affect borrowing costs. With high interest rate, so what I'm saying, we go on to this point. With high interest rates, cost of borrowing will be expensive as a result. Business won't renovate
Business
won't renovate or expand the business as operational cost will be more expensive. Done up to that part? Afika, are you also done up to that part? Okay. Third point, tourist arrival will be reduced due to economic uncertainty. Right? Due to economic uncertainty, tourist arrivals will be fluctuated making the demand and hotel occupancy levels predictable. Right, same thing, on the same point. In a scenario where occupancy rate is low, per unit cost will be increased with the underutilization of resources. Done up to that part, Afika, you? Afika,
Yeah, ma'am.
are you done up to that part? It's the same as, like last week I explained you about how fixed costs become, less as you increase the number of units. Can you remember? So that's what happening here as well. When your occupancy rate is low, that means when you are utilizing very less number of hotel rooms, your cost per unit will be high. Okay. The fourth point, right? Yeah. Fourth point, I think that's the fourth challenge. Here the question is only asking for 3 challenges, but I'm anyway giving you the answers for all the challenges. Okay. Fourth one, retaining the staff.
Retaining the
Staff. When employees ask for higher wages, to keep up with the rising living costs, and if the company doesn't increase the wages, employee will either move to a company which pays a salary after matching against the inflation they will migrate to other countries. This will make it hard to remain the skilled and to frequently train employees when the staff changes and will increase training costs and will reduce the productivity. Because are you done up to that point?
Yeah, ma'am.
So I think we saw like this happening back then in I think 2022. Lot of doctors they left the country because they felt like the wages they were getting not enough, and especially and the taxes were also increased, so their income was more reduced. So a lot of them migrated, and they're still migrating. And here I said the productivity will be low because when an experienced staff leave, what the remaining staff have to do is they have to train the new one, right? So what happens is now they have to allocate the time to do the task that he or she was already doing plus another time slot to train the new staff. So the chances of them being, like being able to maintain the same productivity as uh, before will be low. I mean, even their workload will be impacted. And also, like when what do you call, when experienced staff leave and a new one come, the new one's productivity level won't be the same as the experienced one when they first join the company. So again, the productivity will be impacted. So then come up with strategies. The third question, come up with strategies that help the hotels survive and thrive despite the inflation, high interest, unemployment, and currency fluctuation. So the first one is pricing. First of all, I will tell what to do and then you can write it down. First one, pricing. So what we have to make sure is like we have to adjust the room rates to be competitive while maintaining profitability. That means just because there is an inflation, you can't just cut down the price and then get lost. That's also not practical. So you have to make sure that you are reducing your prices. At the same time, you have to do it in a level where your profitability is not that much impacted. Okay, so what you can do is there is this concept called dynamic pricing. Dynamic pricing means you can do the pricing based on the demands you have. For an example, even with inflation and all, still there will be a time where people are celebrating anyway. So they will try to go outside. In that sort of a scenario, what you can do is you can slightly increase your room rate to match with the demand. And when the demand goes lower, again you have to reduce your room rates. That's one thing. The second one is you can bundle up your package. That means nowadays, as we can see, you can with your package, I mean the room package, you can combine breakfast. I mean include breakfast. So I mean the bundle package means the idea that we have to give is that we are giving you experience that valuable. I mean compared to the services that we are offering to you, the price that you have to pay, it is worth it. It's reasonable. That's the idea that you have to give. I think in nowadays where I can review in even in review hotel, they are giving you. I mean, they. I don't think they haven't changed their prices that much, but they're offering 24-hour food services, right? I think. Yeah. Yeah, and I mean, I even checked the prices, but it was not like adjusted that much. I mean, I couldn't see that much variation in their prices. Still, I mean, of course, it's going under the rate of luxury hotels. Apart from that, just because they are providing 24-hour foods, I don't think they have increased their price that much. Yeah, so that's also a thing. So now I think when the companies, I mean hotels start to offer things like that, you will, I mean, at least go there to get the experience for first time. Then flexible payment options offer discounts for early bookings or extended stay to secure cash flow in advance. And also you can do hotels offer those pay now, sorry, pay later options? I think so, right? Yeah, for credit cards also, yeah, they offer discounts. Other than that, I mean, for with apps like those Mint Pay and Coco, I don't think so, right? So, I mean, I mean, since we are like currently following a scenario of hotel, you can't do the, you know, do the payment late options. But what you can do is you can collaborate with banks and offer discounts. And even with booking.com, they also offer several discounts. Then promotions targeting domestic tourists. With fewer international tourists due to economic uncertainty, offer weekend stay promotions to local. So what we can see is here, so this is a hotel that cater to both local as well as international tourists. So also what we can see is, in a way, with high inflation, high interest rate, high unemployment rate, what we can see is the country that this hotel is located, it is facing an economic uncertainty. And do you think, like foreigners, people who are from another country, will decide to come to a country during such a time? No. So foreign, anyway, the foreign arrival will be low. So what we have to do is we have to make sure that we are getting more of local tourists. For that, we can maybe combine with the, yeah. Yeah, so what again, for that, what we can do is we have to make sure that we give them some sort of experience. Maybe it's going to see those animals during Yala, like those hotel have already planned those sort of experience. Did you get it? Yala also, I think you can book a jeep and then go sightsee. You can do those things. So yeah, then you can write the answers under the pricing strategy. First one is dynamic pricing. Yeah, dynamic means you change. Okay? Dynamic pricing change the rates of the room according to the demand. Example, during the high demand times, increase the rates to match with the high demand. Hmm? Yeah, that's also included. That's our third point. By flexible pricing, you means offering discount and things like that. Yeah, That will be our third one. Second one, offer packages where consumers feel the experience they are getting is reasonable or worthy compared to the payment they are doing. And I think I have seen in hotels, those hotels that somewhat located in, like a very distant areas where, where it's closely located to village and with heritage and all. They give them the experience of, trying to cook with those villagers. I think I don't, have you seen those videos? Yeah. So they have also, included those kind of experience under the hotel package. I mean, most of us won't be able to, won't be so interested in going there because I don't know. I personally feel like being interested to cook during your holiday, it's not something I feel like I won't be interested in. But when it comes to foreigners and all, they will be much more thrilled to learn about, interact with those villagers, to have, like to get exposure to those cultures and to, have mainly know how those people cook and live. Foreigners will be interested. Third one, flexible payment options. Give consumers discounts early bookings, extended stays, stays, their stay. Then partner up with banks and booking websites to offer discounts. Done up to that part? Afika, are you also done up to that part?
Yeah.
Okay. Then the second one is marketing. So of course, nowadays for marketing, what you can do is you can use any type of social media. So it can be Instagram, then Facebook, TikTok, and nowadays even after you partner up with these banks, you get those messages where we can see that it says you will get a discount at this hotel. You know, so message is also one form of digital marketing. So you can so that also can be used. And then we have seen a lot of those TikTok videos where any influencer, maybe he or she would be promoted. Uh, would be promoted, but anyway, he or she will be saying that I came here and it was such a wonderful experience, and it only cost this much. I think we can see this not for, we can see that scenario happening for stays and also for, this buffet and like buffet review videos. Lot of people will, I mean, lot of those influencers will be going to the buffets of this particular videos, and they will document the whole thing, and then they will say it's what do you call a good experience compared to the money they are saying. You can do the same thing for your hotel stays as well. Then loyalty program. For loyalty program, let's say if a guest is coming back for the second time or another time, you can give them discounts or maybe an upgrade or a complimentary service. And also what you can do is, there are those international travel agencies, whether it can be a local one or a foreign one. You can collaborate with them and make sure and ask for them to recommend your hotel for their accommodation. Then is and also another thing we can do is, I told you that based on what we can see, high interest, unemployment, and currency fluctuation, inflation, the perception of foreigners of that particular country it has to be a very problematic country. That's what a lot of those foreign tourists must be thinking of that particular country. So what you have to do is, in that sort of a situation, you have to use social media and to promote, the hotel as well as the country that it is located in, to sound not so problematic. Can you remember? I can't remember the other thing. It was 2019 or 2022, where one influencer, released this video of Sri Lanka saying this has this culture, it's not problematic. I can't remember the name. So anyway, one influencer did that. So we know that we have this problem, but you have to make sure to let your foreigners know, yes, we have those, but still it has this culture, this exposure. People are really good, people are really friendly. If despite all of what's happening in the environment, you can come here and have good stay, good experience. So that you have to promote. Yeah. So then write down these points under marketing. The topic is marketing. Afika, can you hear what I'm saying?
Yeah, ma'am.
And the camera is also still on, is it?
Yeah, ma'am.
Ah. So under marketing, first one, right? Use digital marketing and social media. Use every digital marketing tool such as Instagram, Facebook, and TikTok. To convince to the customer that the hotel is offering and experience worthy for their money. Next one, loyalty programs. For the guests who keep coming, offer discounts. Sorry? Yeah. Discounts, free upgrades, or complimentary services. Third point, collaboration with travel agencies. Travel agencies. partner up with travel agencies to maintain a constant number of tourists. So like now there is this concept called like nomad. I think it's called nomadic lifestyle. So in countries which has a global market, sometimes what they do is in order to rotate their employees, they will like allocate them to another country. Right. So anyway, they will be moving to another country, but still they have to work. So then they partner up with very small, it's called R&B or A&B hotels, and those hotels will provide the accommodation for those workers. So if you are in our concept also, this is a very small scale company, so they can partner up with any of those maybe tourist companies or any of those pages who are mainly working with those workers who have been shifted from another country for them to recommend our hotel for them. So that also possible. Then now it's a going concept. Then what they can do is uh, yeah, last one, communicate the message that hotel as well as Sri Lanka is a safe place to stay despite the economic uncertainties. So now it's 1 o'clock. You can take your break till 1:30 and let's meet up at 1:30. Third one is retaining the employees. Afika, are you there? Hello, Afika. Hello. Hello. Hello, Afika.
Yeah.
Okay. So, yeah. You can hear me, right? Hello.
Yeah, ma'am.
Okay. So, third point is retaining the employees. So, for the question second question, we mentioned 4 challenges. Then, yes, sorry. So then for the third one, we had allocated 4 groups: pricing, marketing, and customer acquisition. Third one is staffing and HR. That's the point I'm going to tell you. It should be staffing and HR or retaining the employees. So I will first of all tell, and then we can write it down. So anyway, the current scenario is that's because of inflation and all of those increasing of the products, your employees are also asking you to increase their wages, right? And then thing is, like, it's even hard to increase their wages, because even for you, I mean, even without increasing the cost of your increasing the wages of your employee, your production cost is still high with the inflation. And at the same time, you need those employees to, to prepare the hotel rooms, to serve your tourists. You still need them. So in that sort of a situation, what you can do is you can arrange flexible work arrangement. That means, so now we know anyway the occupancy rates aren't high as it used to be. It's low. So what you can do is, instead of asking them to work full time, you can ask them to work on a shift. So for the first 8 hours will be covered by these people. The next 8 hours will be covered by these people. So it's like anyway you are making sure that they work less and get the same wage. So it's like this. So let's say previously they were working for 1,000 rupees and they were 40 hours. Now the inflation has increased. Now they are asking for more than 1,000. So what you do instead is you reduce their work time that's worthy of 1,000 rupees. So that's what you can do. Then you can try to give non-monetary benefits. Giving non-monetary means something that's not related to money. So you can provide meal allowance. I mean, you can provide them meals or transport or even accommodation. You can do that. Then also in you can give recognition for your top employee. Have you seen in Apico where they not advertise, like publicly say like employee of the year, the name and the picture of the employee. Have you seen? So you can do things like that. And maybe even, give a badge or a certificate to appreciate them. Then, uh, this you have to do. So we know when we as a company, when we don't increase their wages, then they will either move to a company that will pay them a wage that they want, or they will either migrate. This can happen mainly for the expertise people, I mean for the people with skills. So what we can do is, for the people, for the employees that stays under them, we can make sure to train them under each department. For an example, we can train them to be a cashier. Then we can train them to, work, be expertise in the pricing area. So we can rotate them in each department. I think Cargill's Food City does this. Like, even so, whether it be an intern or I think it's mainly for an intern. For an intern, they rotate the employee in different departments. So what happens is, even when they move up the ladder in the career, they still know what really happened under each of the departments. That's important. Because let's say one of your high skilled employee migrate, then what happens? Now there isn't anyone who can take up his place, because the rest of the people aren't skilled as him or her. So in order to make sure that doesn't happen, we have to make sure our employees are trained in different, or they are knowledgeable in different departments as well. Then we can give very small bonus. We can't expect to give them huge bonus, but very small bonus we can give. And also another thing is, so under the incentives, I said we can either give them food, food, accommodation, and transportation. We can, stop that, and rather we can hire people from, we can hire people who are staying nearby to the hotel. Then maybe we can only give the, what I call the food, but the accommodation and transport we don't have to give, because they are anyway staying near to your hotel. That we can do. Okay. So for the staffing and HR, first one, arranging flexible work. Instead of increasing the wages, ask the employees to work on a shift basis. Second one, provide non-monetary benefits. Provide meal allowances. Transport or accommodation. The same, then another point comes under same second topic. Recognize the top performers. Recognize the top performers. It also comes under the non-monetary incentives. Sorry? Yes, even if we can't increase the wage. Excellent. So we are saying that we can't pay to you now, but yeah, that's also possible. Third one, train the staff. In different roles to reduce the negative impact that will arise when high-skilled employees leave the company or migrate. Provide small bonuses for employees. Fifth one, recruit employees who reside near to the hotel to reduce transport costs and accommodation costs. So then we have cost management and operation. So here we have to be really careful about how we manage our costs. So anyway, our revenue is little bit unpredictable. So what we can do to make sure that we get our expected profit is by reducing the cost. Okay, so that so every I mean your utilities will increase. So for energy, what you can do is you can make sure that you switch off all the unnecessary lighting and use those energy saving LED light that you can do. Then the next thing you can do is, so now we know that anyway the prices of local product as well as your imported products are expensive. Still, I mean, for the imported products, yeah, I mean, their imported goods include toiletry, linen, maintenance equipment. These are what they are importing. So what they can do is, instead of importing these goods, try to find local substitute who are providing the same product with same quality for less cost. I mean, anyway, like those products will be less expensive when you buy it from local suppliers. So instead of importing those goods, what we can do is try to find local suppliers who provide the same product for same quality but for a lesser cost. Then yes. Then also another thing they can do is using preventing measures to avoid any expensive repair. With the inflation, everything has become expensive. So what you have to do is you have to make sure that you are doing, very thorough preventive action to make sure that you won't get any expensive repairs. So under cost management and operation, the first point is this: you can do is energy efficiency. For that, you can write install energy saving LED. LED lights. LED and reduce unnecessary lighting. So that's why in a case like this, it won't, I mean, saving energy or becoming efficient in energy won't be a problem for hotels like Kandalama. They mainly use natural light. Yes. And also, I don't think, maybe one can suggest install what they call solar panels, but their initial cost is really high. So, I mean, in this situation, they are already struggling with their operational cost. So, I don't think that they can even handle such an initial cost to install solar panel. So, things like installing solar panels are the things they could have done before this thing could have, I mean, before this inflation situation. So that's why we say, like, it's better to take preventive actions like installing solar panel and taking advantage of natural lighting and creating your hotel which won't require so much lighting. These are the preventive actions that one could have taken to take advantage in a situation like this where everything is so expensive. But when we are currently facing the situation, we can't expect to suddenly install solar panel. That won't sound practical. Then for the third one, try to produce products and material from local supply. Try to purchase product and services from local suppliers. Then fourth one, try to do preventive maintenance to avoid any significant repair costs. Right now, Afika, are you also done up to that point?
Yeah.
So then we will move on to today's lesson. It's this one. Afika, you can see the slides, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So we will be from today's onwards, we will thoroughly talk about political and legal factor and social and cultural factor. So according to the syllabus you are given, we have to have a thorough knowledge of economic, political and legal and social and cultural factor. Okay. So today, from today onwards, we will try to talk about those. So our first of all, we will learn about political and legal environment. Okay. So even I will try to turn where we will be looking at the screen. Okay, it's okay. So when we say political and legal, I mean we say those things together, but they actually mean two different things. Okay. So political legal dimension of the general environment consists of government regulation of business. Government regulation of business means the rules and the regulation a company has to follow when doing their business. And these rules and regulations are imposed by the government. And the relationship between business and the government. We will talk about this in the upcoming slides. So usually, when it comes to each new government, so when we say this government is coming, each of the government has different priorities. So what happens is, if we are working on an area or like a sector that is supported by the current government, then that's an opportunity for you. So what I want to say, so when a government is ruling the country, each of them support different industries and sector. So that also impact to you as a business. And this political and legal environment includes government regulations at the local, state, federal levels, as well as political activities designed to influence the company behavior. So no matter what your business, if a government has put any rules, rules to your organization, you have to follow them. Because if a government has put any rules, you can't say, I can't maintain my company as per those given rules, because it's a disadvantageous for us. You can't say that to government. So that's why we say government rules specify on how to play the game. If there are any rules, then you have to run your organization as per the rules given by the government. The example is this: US political system encourage capitalism, and the government tries not to over-regulate the business. So US political system, they encourage capitalism. Capitalism means, capitalism means, so as we know, in a society, there can be people with who have so much of money, and at the same time, there can be people who doesn't have that much of time, money. Like income disparity, we can see it in a society. So capitalism means that some people may have, there can be rich and poor. That's what capitalism means. Avika, you can, see my slides and hear what I'm saying, right? Hello?
Yeah, ma'am. In the screen, there is a commercial bank platinum customer service contact. Your screen is in Google.
Oh, okay. Now can you see?
No, ma'am. I couldn't see the slide. Now okay.
So here, that's what capitalism is. So US government encourages capitals, so capitalism. So what they do is they try not to put so many restrictions to the business because they want business to thrive. So I think that's not the same case sometimes in Sri Lanka. Because when it comes to Sri Lanka, I think it's maybe it's not because we have so many rules and regulations, but the way we have to do is it's a little bit difficult. Even for registering a business, still we still do not use that much of a technology. And so when it comes to Sri Lanka, we do have, we sometimes we over-regulate our business, and on the other times we try to, do things without using the technology. So anyway, just don't get confused. That's what I said about Sri Lanka. Okay. Then here I have given you the difference in political and legal. So if we talk about political environment refer to how government action, political stability and political institution influence business operation. So when we talk about political environment, we mainly talk about what kind of environment has been created by our government to run the business, right? That's what political environment refer to. So is our economy stabilized? Is our country stabilized? So that's what political environment means. Okay. Then when it comes to legal environment mainly consists of laws and regulation that affect how business operates. Are you all clear? Okay. So with political environment, we refer to the surrounding that the government has created for us to run the business. With legal environment, we refer mainly to law. When if someone talks about legal, then it mainly talks about laws and regulation that affect how business operate. Then under political parties have policies that are often put into legislation, which clearly must be obeyed. Second, the ruling party set the general tone of behavior in the country as a whole and in government departments in particular. This subtle change in the national culture will also affect business. So that means, so if we talk in focus of previous government was to reduce the inflation and to make everything somewhat stable, because Sri Lanka was facing such a huge downfall before. But now when it comes to the current government is mainly about change or reducing, like the corruptancy. That's the main focus of the government. So what we have to remember is what your government focus or that their main priority will also dictate the rules and regulation or the general political environment they will set for you to run your business. Okay. So here when we say political parties have policies that are often put into legislation means, so that means some minister we say that we need to have this true, and then they will take a voting in the parliament, and once they get, like the upper hand, when majority of the ministers agree with what they are saying, then it will be approved. We call them legislation, which clearly must be obeyed. Second, the ruling party sets the general tone. Because why? Because anyway, the ruling party had majority of the ministers, and majority of those ministers will agree with anything that one of their ministers is saying. So that's why we say the ruling party will set the general tone of the behavior in the country as a whole. The example we have given is business in politically stable countries like Switzerland feel more secure than the unstable one, because they have the government in Switzerland has created a nice and stable environment for business to run their business. Then under the legal, it includes labor laws, taxation laws, consumer protection, environmental regulation, competition law. Just remember, political is about the environment and legal is about all about laws. Then the example here we have given is European Union's GDPR affect all companies dealing with European customer data. Can you remember, this is the same company that asked Mark Zuckerberg to pay the fine due to the breach of data? It's the same company. Then, so here I have given how the political environment impact. So here, under the political environment, political crisis happened in the year 2022 for Sri Lanka. Then, resignation of then president before the completion of the 5-year term created a political instability in Sri Lanka. Right? So now, because then president resigned before the completion of his 5-year term, this created a political instability. So now this is the political environment. What happens is, this impact the confidence of investors. Why? Because now you know the country is unstable. So how will they purchase? So during that time, we had trouble importing or having enough like essential goods, whether it be medicine, food, and on top of that, due to the depletion of foreign currency, we even had trouble importing the fuel. So what happens in that scenario is, the production companies won't also have enough fuel to run their production. So if you are an investor who is thinking of investing in a production company, then will you invest or not? No, because now you know Sri Lanka as a country don't even have enough foreign currency to import material or have to purchase the daily essential or to purchase fuel to run the production. So this situation impacted the confidence of investors, arrival of tourists who would come to a country which lack fuel, transportation, or even like the daily essential good, and foreign trade relation. As a result, business had to deal with uncertainty in policies. Because why? Because this once this president resigned, they don't know anyway what will happen to the country, right? What will happen to the country, plus who will come after this president, and what will be their priority. And also, so like with political instabilities, lot of our resources become scarce. So now, in order to protect what's remaining, the government will put bans or laws to protect what we have as well. So that's why business had to deal with uncertainty in policies, shortage of fuel, and essential goods in disruptions in their supply chain. Shows how political decision, instability, and government leadership changes can business climate. Okay, so it's better to actually do your business in a stable government. Then if we move on to the legal environment, this Shop and Office Employees Act, it is the act that most of the office and shop employees have to follow. I mean, it is the act that talks about their rights, all of those things. So this law governs working hours, leave, overtime pay, and employee rights in shops and offices. Companies in retail, banking, and IT must strictly comply with it or face penalties. For an instance, an IT company cannot legally force employee to work beyond the prescribed hours without proper overtime pay. I mean, the time they are working, that's more than their allocated time, should be compensated some. Laws and regulations that business must directly comply with day-to-day operation. So the legal environment impact how a business run their operation on the day-to-day basis. Right. So now we will talk about Afika, can you see the slides?
Yeah, ma'am.
Hello. The internet connection is somewhat not stable. So now we will talk about the importance of political and legal environment for a business. So first one, compliance, to avoid fines and lawsuits. So the government has already established these rules and regulation for a company to run their business, and the business has to obey them no matter what. And once they ignore or breach any of the laws applicable to them, they can face penalties, lawsuits, or reputational damage. I think, like when it comes to, like we can get them done with those after we pay the required penalty and the lawsuits. But the reputational damage that comes after you breach any of the laws, that can't be measured, because you can because with the reputational damage, you will also lose your loyal consumers, so your long-term sales that could have risen from those consumers. So that's such a huge loss. For example, in Sri Lanka, companies must follow labor laws such as Shop and Office Employees Act. And if a company forces its employee to work beyond legal hours without proper overtime, they could be taken to court. Those law sets maximum working hours. So it's usually 8 hours per day, 45 per week means. So sometimes some companies have to work till 1:30 on Saturday. So that's why the working hours is here. The working hour, yeah, the working hour I have mentioned is 45 and not 40. Okay, for most office and shop employees. And this 45 hours per week usually happens with employees in production company. For the employees who work in the production company, for most part, they have to work half day on Saturday as well. Rafika, are you also clear up to this part?
Yeah, ma'am.
Also clear, right? Different. He did come up with it. Ah, so then what about like what I'm teaching on today? You are giving him notes. So anything beyond that is considered overtime. That means if an employee has to work more than 8 hours per day and the total also exceeds 45 hours per week, then he or she must be compensated at a higher rate, typically 1.5 times the normal wage, unless exceptions apply. So 1.5 times means, so if they are paying 1,000 per hour, 1.5 of it should be paid for the time they overwork. And here we say we don't have to pay this overcompensation when there are exceptions applied. And the exception is, let's say, this employee worked, OT or overtime on their own mercy, or like no one forced that person to overwork, and it was not required or forced. But if they voluntarily overwork, then we don't have to pay this 1.5 times the normal wage. If an employer forces work without this compensation, the employee can lodge a complaint with the Department of Labor or even take the matter to labor courts or tribunals. Then, so first one is the compliance. I mean, anyway, we need to follow or comply with the rules and regulation to avoid fines and lawsuits. Second one, to manage the risk associated with the political and legal environment. So first one, political environment risks. So what are the risks we can see in the political environment? First one is the instability. So it means we have to know what's going in the political and legal environment to manage the risk. Okay. So these are the risks that can come up in the political environment. First one, instability. That include protest, regime change means the government will change, civil unrest like the Sri Lanka in 2002. 2022. So if we know, if we can forecast or predict that your company will become unstable and it will include protest, regime change, and civil unrest, then what we can do to reduce the impact. So that's why we need to focus on what's going in our political and legal environment. Second, government policy shift. Sudden changes in tax, I think Sri Lanka's taxes change in 2019. Then after we had to follow the guidelines of IMF, it again changed recently. Then trade restrictions, subsidy means incentives. In one of the examples we talk about how a government was giving incentives to those solar power company or foreign exchange control. Then corruption, bureaucracy, inefficiency or bribery risk. That means, let's say if the country that your business is operating in, it is named as a very corrupted country, investors will lose the trust in your country as well as in your business. Then international relation, sanctions, trade barrier, or regional conflicts. Let's say, so now if we take Sri Lanka as an example, Sri Lanka is currently in good terms with countries like India and China. So, and even with India, we even have free trade agreement with reduced tax. So, if you are a Sri Lankan company who is planning to, maybe expand your business to India and China, then maybe there is a chance of you getting tariff reduction or, a good support from country like China. But let's say you are a company whose headquarters is in what? Let's say in America, and now you want to expand your business to China. What will happen? China will make sure to put the maximum tax that they could think of on you, and they will put so many trade barriers. That will happen. So that's why this political environment will shape up how you run your business. Okay. Then if we move on to the legal environment, we have to be concerned about labor laws. That includes overtime, minimum wage, union rights. Then regulatory compliance. It includes environmental rules. I even told you previously, for a garment company, let's say if they brand themselves as very eco-friendly, then they have to take biodegradable and chemicals which doesn't impact the environment that much, and they even have to give reports on what their carbon emission is. And for mobile phone manufacturing company, they have to give reports on how they recycle or what they did with their battery, things like that. And also company like Coca-Cola, what we know is like they need so much of water as one of the ingredient to produce Coca-Cola. So how they produce how they source those water, and what they did with the wastage that comes with their production. For that, they have to comply with the rules and regulatory given. Then data protection, we can talk about FP scenario and TikTok and industry specific regulation. Then contract enforcement. Weak or unpredictable codes can create risk for investors. That means like we can't predict what will be the law. So the law that's applicable to today won't be the same law that's applicable to you on tomorrow. When that happens, the investors won't invest. Then intellectual property rights. Risk of losing patent, trademark, or designs if laws are not enforced properly. Uh, I think in a country like Sri Lanka, we do have laws for to protect our intellectual property, but not people. Many people are aware of it. So I think this case happened very recently. So all of you have heard of this Nadagam, the concert, and they had to pay a fine because they sang, 2 or 3 songs without taking the permission of the song, like the lyrics, the one who wrote the song. So they had to, I think that was the case. It was even in paper. So they had the committee of Nadagama had to pay a fine because they sang several songs without taking the permission of the one who wrote the song. Because why? Because that's trademark, or like it's, like that song, the owner of that song is the one who wrote it. So that's, so what happens under intellectual properties, like you, how can I say, you publicize that this trademark or this song belong to you, and if anyone else want to use this trademark or this song, then they have to pay an amount in order to use it. That's what intellectual property does. So here, so here the example I have taken here is commercial bank. So if we take commercial bank, they have legal risk as well as political risk. Under the legal risk, we have very strict financial regulations, right, including central bank directives. Central bank directives means central bank say like this is the minimum capital requirement for bank. It means as a bank, commercial bank has to keep this much of money as capital requirement. Then guidelines for lending to business or individual. Nowadays, whether it be for a lending or to open an account, the banks are being very strict when it comes to those things. So let's say if we want to open an account, they will ask what is the source. So nowadays but nowadays these banks have become stricter because the guidelines imposed to them on these things by the central bank has become stricter. Then rules on foreign currency transactions or interest rate. And as you all know, the exchange rate for these the exchange rate for foreign currencies are decided by those commercial banks, after taking the exchange rate established by the central bank. The same goes for their lending and deposit rates as well. The lending rates and deposit rates of commercial banks are established after taking the the rates given by the central bank. Because central bank give like a benchmark rates for these foreign exchange rates as well as lending and deposits. Then reporting standards for loans, deposits, or investments. The central bank set those rules on how the bank can operate safely and legally. So the reason central bank put so many rules is because they want to make sure that these banks operate safely as well as legally. Because in a country like us, I think the top 10 performing companies are the bank. So in a country like us, if the bank, let's say, if something happened to their capital or if they could not operate, then the economy of Sri Lanka will collapse. Right. Then we have, I will just tell what they are so then you can get an idea. Anti-money laundering laws. Here. It means, so these laws are established to detect and stop the flow of illegal money and to ensure banks only deal with legitimate funds. So that's why they do. Bank must verify identify of the customer. So that's why, like when you try to open a new bank account or deposit any money, they will ask what is the source. Or when we try to transfer any money to any account, they will ask for a purpose. Bank must report suspicious transactions to authority. Then certain large transactions may require documentation proving the source of funds. Okay. Then third one, customer protection regulation. For an example, so they have to clearly communicate what are the terms of this loan, fee, and interest rate. Then protection against unfair charges or sudden account closure. Properly handling of customer complaints and grievance. So this anyway, the rules imposed under customer protection regulations established to protect the customer. So let's say if a customer come up with any or they lodge any complaint or they don't say anything bad about any bank service, then there are certain rules the bank also has to follow in following up the complaints of the customer. Violation could result in fine, license suspensions, or litigation. Litigation means, I think, I'm not sure. Litigation means for a temporary time period, they won't be able to provide their service, I think. Then when it comes to political risk, and also there was this story going on TikTok. I can't like few months back. You know, there was some sort of a data breach happened in Cargill's where lot of data has been breached. I don't know. I somehow saw the story or an article on TikTok. Like most of the data, I mean, like, that means that data of the people who had invested in Cargill's bank, those were leaked by some means. I don't know. Then political risk refer to political instability, policy change, or government interventions in the banking sector. So as government. So when the politics, when like when your country becomes politically unstable, what happens is your interest rate policies will change. I think we saw how the interest rate changed during the times that we were struggling and now. And those will include the rates for loans as well as deposits. New credit guidelines for business and policies on foreign investment will also change. That means the rates on the foreign currency, those will also change and can affect liquidity, credit risk, and overall business operation. That means, so if a company want to borrow a loan, and when your interest rate change, that will also impact your credibility as well as the amount. Liquidity means the cash. So when those things like the rates and the taxation and exchange rate keeps fluctuating, that will also ultimately impact the amount of cash that you could keep within your company. So proactive actions taken by the commercial bank. So now I use the commercial bank example because for you to understand why we need to keep an eye on the legal and political environment. For a company like commercial bank, these are the legal risks it has. Then on the below, I have mentioned these are the political risks it can face. So these are the proactive actions taken by the commercial bank. First of all, what they do is they continuously monitor on the regulation, constantly monitor changes in the banking law, AML regulation, labor law, and taxation policy. So they have to continuously know what is the selling rate today of this currency, what is the lending rate of this currency, what is the interest rate, then what is deposit rate. So they have to continuously in par with what the central bank is doing. Then use internal compliance team and legal advisors to ensure early detection of potential risks. And just imagine the central bank publicly says some law, and when a customer, let's say central bank publicly say that the deposit interest rate has been increased up to 10%, and this is a hypothetical situation, and the commercial bank is not aware. What would happen if a customer comes to the commercial bank and try to open a new account and they say the deposit is not 10%. That cannot happen. So as a bank, commercial bank has to continuously monitor on the regulation. Second, engagement with the stakeholder. They have to maintain regular communication with the central bank, regulatory authorities, and industry association to advocate for clear rules and guidance and seek clarification before implementing new regulatory requirements. Third one, for do the adjustments. Yeah, to do the adjustments that align with the regulation. So whatever the commercial bank tries to do, like whatever the small thing they have to do, it has to be aligned with the regulations and laws. So what they can do is update internal policy, procedure, and IT system to comply with new regulations. So banks have to be really strict when it comes to following everything that happens with the political and legal environment because it concerns them more. But if you talk about, like a small scale uh, company who sells lunchbox, it doesn't concern them that much. So it actually depends on the nature of your business. Then adjust lending, investment, and foreign currency strategies in response to political or economic policy change. Implement risk mitigation strategies such as maintaining a higher capital buffer or liquidity reserve during periods of political uncertainty. That means, so usually central bank will give a like inform banks saying that you need to have at least this much as your capital requirement. So if the bank can feel that the chances of the country becoming unstable, what they can do is they can create a higher capital requirement. And also liquidity reserve is more cash. Because what happens is usually liquidity reserve and that even include foreign reserves as well. Then scenario planning and risk assessments. That means conduct simulations to assess the impact of political change or legal compliance breaches. That means uh, so they see something happening in the environment. Then they have to hypothetically think of what if scenario. That means they have to think, so we know this is currently happening in the environment. So then this can happen. Then if this happens, then what we do? Things like that. They have to be mentally prepared for anything that can happen. Final result, because they were continuously monitoring on the regulation, kept engagement with the stakeholder, and did adjustments, scenario planning, and risk assessment, they were able to avoid regulatory penalty, fine, and reputational damage. Then maintain stable banking operation even during periods of political or economic uncertainty, and also was able to respond quickly to market opportunity while minimizing regulatory and political risk. So that's why we say, so usually we can feel like whatever happening in the political and legal environment won't impact us much. But if you are a registered company, then you really have to make sure that you are complying or following whatever the rules that applicable to you, and you have to run your business or the game based on the environment created to you by your government. Then, so first of all, we say that we need to we need to know what's happening in the political and legal environment to comply and to avoid risk, to avoid fines and penalty. Second, we say we need to know what's happening in the political and legal environment to manage the risk. Third one, to establish the strategies that align with the government policy. So companies can identify opportunities and threats with these government policy. The first example I have taken is when government policies has positively impacted a company. The organization I have taken is LAF Solar Power Station. So, Sri Lanka's national energy policy has identified the development of renewable energy projects, including a solar as a strategic objective to diversify the electricity sector and reduce reliance on high cost thermal power generation. So based on to this example, this current government is giving more concern to renewable energy projects. So, in alignment with this policy, LAF Holding invested in LAF Solar Power, which align with the purpose or the focus of the government. The largest solar power plant in Sri Lanka, located in Hambantota. This demonstrates how a business can capitalize on government incentives to promote clean energy. The outcome, this strategic alignment with the government policy not only contributed to Sri Lanka's renewable energy goal, but also was able to make LAF as a leader in the country's solar energy sector. Right now, second example here, we talk about how those government regulation or the how the political and legal environment negatively impacted the company. Okay, so Sri Lanka has implemented a strict tobacco control measure, including high excise taxes and comprehensive advertising bans. So, that means they have put high taxes on tobacco, and comprehensive advertising ban means they can't in any way they can't advertise the use of tobacco. So that's why usually before the beginning, like beginning of a movie, they put a like sentence saying that they are not advertising the use of tobacco. It's like with some lines they display you a video. So usually no company can advertise the use of ban. And even on the product of tobacco, I think they have put a warning as well. So, these policies have led to a decline in cigarette sales and increase operational challenges for tobacco company. For instance, the government revenue from cigarette taxes fell by 6 billion in 2024, highlighting the financial impact on the industry. Tobacco companies are now focusing on diversification strategy such as exploring alternative product or market to mitigate the adverse effect of these restrictive policies. 3. Shall we take a break of 10 minutes? Afika, are you okay with that? Hello?
Mm.
Then let's meet at 3:10.
Ma'am, I have a class at 3 o'clock. Can I leave?
Sure.
Okay, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am.
Yeah, no problem. controls a many part of life. So it's like there is a very strict leader who does whatever he or she wants and doesn't think of what others think. Okay. Then mixed means a mix of both democracy and authoritarian. In a country with democracy, usually there are transparency. With transparency, what happens is so that country is very transparent means you can predict. They aren't very you know that means your what do you call the law won't change frequently. So with transparency comes predictable laws and protection of private property. In a country with authoritarian system, policies will be changed frequently as the ruling party wishes, creating uncertainty and risk. So that's what matter. So if you live in a country with in a democratic country, there will be transparency. So there will be a somewhat constant. Like your laws will be constant. They won't be changed frequently. But if you operate in a country with the authoritarian system, then the policies will be frequently changed, and that will be a pain for you when you have to plan for the long run. Right. So also remember, so now I have described how this type of government, and like how it happens in Sri Lanka. So as we all know, Sri Lanka is a democratic country. But even if we are a democratic country, we have several ruling parties, and each of these several ruling parties focus on different things. Okay, so if we take a UNP as ruling party, they mainly aligns with liberal conservatism. That means they focus on free market. That means they focus on import export and less government interference. That means they don't impose so many stricter regulations, and they mainly try to make, yeah, mainly focus on the private enterprise. So if they feel like they have so many government institutions with less productivity, what they will try to do is they will even try to privatize them. So can you remember, like during previous government, so as we know, Mattala airport was running, like it was not turning profit, it was earning losses. So what the previous government tried to do was they tried to sell it to Indian company. Like, can you remember? So likewise, during their time, what they did was, if they feel like there are so many government companies and they are inefficient, they would try to privatize them. So, and usually we expect these sectors to grow under UMP government. First one, export-oriented manufacturing. That means garment, apparel, and electronic. Then tourism, welcome foreign visitors, private hotel and resorts. Then they focus on foreign bank and investment opportunity, and again private startups and offshore services. Then if we talk about SLPP, they are generally known as a nationalist. That means like that's I mean that's how they market that, like they care about the nation and focus more on own resources, industries and people, instead of focusing on the import, foreign aid and international company. Protect local industry. Government become the main driver of economic growth. That means under SLPP, what they try to do is they usually try to increase the power of the government by making sure like all the sectors that how do you say that contribute that or that acts as main drivers of economic growth, they fall under the government. That's what they do. And they mainly try to focus on what's happening in the country boundaries rather than focusing on international trade. So under that, what can these are the sectors expected to grow. First one, infrastructure and construction. We could see so many roads, highways, ports, airports that happen during the SLPP government. Then agriculture, subsidies, organic farming, local production. Then more government control and investment. So, and also now if we talk about UNP again, so during that time, they tried to promote the free trade zones. Free trade zones means it's again the zones where you can conduct business on reduced tariff, things like that. Reduced tariff or maybe reduced duties, customs and regulation. They try to promote those free trade zones in Katunayaka, Biyagama and Koggala, and attracted the multinational garment companies in Brandix and Mars Holdings. I think even up to today, we can still those Brandix and Mars having their own units during in those free trade zones. Then they tried to implement policies to attract foreign tourists and hotel investment, increase revenue before 2019 East attacks. Then encourage foreign management and investment. So overall, what they support is open trade, foreign investment and privatization. If we talk about SLPP, what they did was they created Hambantota Port, then Mattala Airport, then Noracholi Coal Power Plant. Then for agriculture, um, what they did was they wanted to reduce this use of chemical fertilizer. And what they did was they just completely put a ban on this chemical fertilizer. Can you all remember? No. So what happened was, they wanted to reduce the use of this chemical fertilizer for agriculture. So instead of, like usually, so what happens is this. So even though they want to reduce the use of chemical fertilizer, back then people were only using chemical fertilizer as the fertilizer. So instead of having, like a proper stable alternative for fertilizer, they put a ban, because like what they trying to convey was chemical fertilizer was bad. So then we put a ban on the chemical fertilizer. But what happened was, since there was a ban on chemical fertilizer and there was not a alternative that people could use as a fertilizer, people had trouble, like the farmers had trouble in the agriculture sector, because now they don't have a fertilizer. Yeah, and that actually impacted the crop as well. Like it impacted our rice and so many other agriculture. So that's like that one also. And when they put a ban, they somehow imported a fertilizer from another country, and that too, and they also imported that without doing any hard like very good experiments. So what happened was that fertilizer was not compatible with the soil in our country, so that also did not work. Then when it comes to public sector growth, increase government-led programs and project under SLPP. So here in the previous table, I have mentioned that SLPP, they are known as a populist. Populist means they do things to get the attention or the approval of the people without much thinking. So if we talk about this Maktale airport, it is actually, they have designed it to be an international airport. But at one point, we even used it to store rice. Yeah, store rice, because it was not functioning properly, and Maktala airport was created in an area where wildlife animal was they were staying. And even when what do you call, those planes were taking off during the Maktala airport, there were so many birds who like had accidents by hitting against the plane. That also happened. So that's why we say SLP are populist. So what we can expect under SLP is they make decisions quickly. Why? Because because everything that matter for the growth of the economy were under the control of the government. That's why they could take decisions quickly. But for most of the time, those policies are established with the aim of gaining immediate popularity rather than long term benefit. So the risk is involved. And even for the Noracholi coal power plant, can you remember that? I know they were saying that it was attacked by a monkey, and then we had constant what do you call, they cut our power disruptions very recently. So that's why we are saying they are a populist. Yeah. So here you have so here I have included this video. It talks about the situation at Mattale Airport. See, now this goes with the principles we talk about on the UMP. What they did was, so they knew they were loss making, then they tried to solve it to private company. So first one, so we are talking about the factors shaping the political environment. The first one, the type of the government. Second one, political stability in the country. You all, I mean, are clear up to what I'm saying? Okay. Then, when there is political instability in the country, investors will lack the confidence, can lead to a decrease in foreign investment, making it harder for startup and small business to raise capital. So let's say there is a startup company with a great idea, but they will have trouble finding an investor because the investors will lack the confidence due to the political instability in the country. Additionally, the political instability can lead to inflation. So, with what happens when there is a political instability? So we can take our 2022 example. So we had a political instability where our then president resigned. Then we had an acting president, and on top of that, our foreign reserves were depleted. That means we did not have enough foreign reserves or foreign money to import essential goods, medicine, and not even fuel. So what happens? So I think the problem comes when we don't have essential goods, medicine, and fuel as well. So what happens when we don't have enough fuel? We don't have enough fuel to use for our energy. Then fuel to use for our production. And that means it will ultimately impact our GDP because the amount of product that we can produce within our country is low. Then and since we don't have enough what you call those sources, our since the amount of the resources we have are impacted, then it will lead to inflation. This is the cost push inflation. Then currency devaluation. Why currency devaluation happens? In our case, it happened because we did not have that much foreign currency and increase the interest rate. Why? And they increase the central bank will increase the interest rate. Why? Because now there is a higher inflation, which can make it more difficult for entrepreneurs to access credit, that means loan, and manage their finances. However, political instability can also create opportunity for entrepreneurs. In times of political and economic uncertainty, there may be a greater need for innovative solutions to address social and economic problems. Additionally, startups and small business that are able to adapt to a changing political and economic conditions may be able to gain a competitive advantage over a larger or more established company. So, what the idea we are trying to convey is that business have to be adaptable. Like rather than staying all those rigid, like you have to adapt your business to whatever happening in your political and economic environment to navigate the risk and opportunities associated with the political instability. Entrepreneurs should focus on building strong, resilient business that are able to adapt to changing conditions. This may include either diversifying their revenue stream. That means instead of, let's say, focusing on one product or maybe one area, you can invest on several areas. Because sometimes, like the policy changes will impact one industry, but it won't impact in the same way to the another industry. So we need to diversify our revenue stream and reduce their reliance on external financing. We need to, it's better, we say it's better for an internal capability when we have good funding and we don't have to rely on other third party financing and invest in innovation and technology to stay ahead of the competition. Ultimately, while political instability can present significant challenges for entrepreneurs, it is important to remember that with the right mindset and approach, it is possible to turn these challenges into a opportunity for growth and success. Like, so here I have given the crisis of what happened in Sri Lanka in 2022. In 2022, Sri Lanka plunged into its worst economic crisis in decades. Sri Lanka was having trouble paying back their foreign loan. The default inflation means like So we publicly announce that we don't have, it's like in a way, it's like saying we are bankrupt. So we publicly announce, that's default means we publicly announce we are somewhat bankrupt or we don't have enough foreign currency to pay the loan. Inflation hit historic high. Food inflation reached 95%. Political unrest and with the depletion of the foreign currency. As a result, rupee was heavily depreciated. So initially, 1 USD was equivalent to 200 LKR, and by May 2022, it increased up to 350. Inflation hit historic high. Food inflation reached 95%. So what happened? So now this is the political environment we had. So FDI was declined. Foreign investments were pulled out from stock market and government bond. Major export sector-based company faced the losses as orders taken from Sri Lanka were given to India. So that's how this is explaining how those political and legal environment impact business. Again, this is another case where we talk about political instability, and that's about Russia and Ukraine crisis. So Russia invaded Ukraine in the early 2022. All of this happened in the year 2022. So hundreds of multinational companies suspended or exceed operations in Russia and Belarus. So when we talk about oil and gas, so BP exceed its 20% stake in Rosneft. Shell withdrew from the Gazprom joint ventures and stopped Russian import. So see how political instability is impacting all of those companies. Then we talk about automakers and tech. Renault closed its Moscow factory. Volvo, Ford, GM, Honda, Toyota, and others suspended sales or halted export. Tech firms like Apple, Microsoft, Canon, and Adobe stopped sales in Russia. Retail and consumer brand. McDonald's, Starbucks, Coca-Cola, Pepsi, Nestle, and others suspended operations or withdrew. So this is what happens when there is political instability in a country. So now we will talk about this Uala company. It's a company which has its headquarters in Argentina. So even on last day we talk about before the recent government, previous government had a policy where they focus on a closed economy. That means they limited or put restrictions on import and export, right? So they had a very high inflation and their economic growth were in negative. So so there is this company called Uala. So it's a fintech company, means it introduced an app. It will, I mean, or like what they are doing will be explained here. And also because of the previous government and because of this inflation, the people did not have that much deposits. So that much deposits, and also let's say they deposit some amount to the bank, there were so many restrictions about withdrawing the money. I mean, they could not easily withdraw the money they had deposited into their bank because there was so many inflation. So the bank had to take this kind of measures to make sure that their bank would not collapse. Okay. Then their currency is called peso that was also fluctuated frequently. And also, even though this, let's say, Argentinian people, even though they were, still they did not have, very pay slips or formal contract. And because also they did not have any formal records to prove their work records, and because of that they could not open an account in the bank, because in order to open an account in the bank they need to they need to submit these kind of formal records, but they didn't have those formal records. So likewise, most of the people like in the Argentina, they did not have that many, banking. They did not have that many accounts, or they did not what do you call, involved in the digital banking or anything. And their policies also shifted very frequently. And they did not even have that many bank branches. So what this Uala is like, it's an app. So it's basically, yeah, it's like a substitute to bank. You can do you can open an account using this bank. Then you can even transfer money. So what this company recognized was, they realized so many people were not taking advantage of the bank, so they did not use the bank. So that's what they realized. And at the same time, they realized that even they did not use Mac, still every one of them has a smartphone. So that's why they introduced this Koala app.
Welcome to case study by skilled MBA Walla, a fintech pioneer in Latin America, was founded to democratize financial services. The founding team aimed to provide accessible financial solutions.
They call it unbanked population, the people who don't use the bank.
Focused on create a seamless, user-friendly, managing personal finances. Setting the stage. Reliance inception was driven by a vision to transform financial Argentina. Their initial value proposition centered on prepaid MasterCard linked to a mobile app, targeting the underbanked. This strategic move aimed to address the region's low banking penetration and empower users with accessible financial tools. To democratize financial services in Latin America. With the 14-member team in Argentina, Rwanda launched a prepaid MasterCard linked to a mobile app, targeting the unbanked population, letting access 2017, 70% of Latin Americans lacked access to traditional banking.
50% people are not using banking services.
Transactions were taken to reach 85%, facilitating the digital financial service option. The is rapidly advancing digital systems. This growth is driven by increasing smartphone penetration, creating vast amounts of use for innovative financial products and services. Its ecosystem integrate transfers and action solutions and credit products like personal loans. We also offer growth management through investment options and financial education, alongside business-to-business solutions for payment, processing, and enterprise services. Our geographic expansion began in Argentina in 2017, addressing high inflation and currency volatility with alternative financial solutions. With Mexico, target its large group bank population and favorable fintech regulations. By 2021, we expanded to Colombia, leveraging its strategic location, growing middle class, and government-backed initiatives. We secured $35 million at Series A level. Our 2019 Series B budget $150 million. The 2021 Series B raised $350 million assets, $2.5 million. Key investments include software development, present, some small activity and development sets, strategic acquisitions that will benefit. Now, the trial environment bank, Argentina's first digital bank, providing essential banking businesses. Firstly, it's legal. Next, payment processing was applied to enhance business services. Navigating complex financial regulations across sectors. That's centralized control of the local organization. Investment expectations are shifting from private government to sustainable First, prioritizing existing markets for profitability. Now it risks losing a share, while mass expansion requires choosing and building organizational structure.
So that's a point that I want to say. So usually we say if a country is unstable, if there's instability, it won't impact you in a good way. But this companies like Uala, what they did was they took the instability of their country as an opportunity. Then they introduced their very own app, which again fulfill the needs of the people who are underbanked. And also remember why they introduced that app, because they realize even with all of those inflation, fluctuating interest rates and all, still 82% of the population have a smartphone. Then taxation and fiscal policy. So the political and legal government that you have to stay also depend on the taxation and fiscal policy. Tax means the amount of money you pay to the government as individuals or organization. It can be a corporate tax, income tax, or VAT. Fiscal policy means what the government do with the money they collect as tax. Do they, how they use those funds for the management of economy? Do they use it to develop roads, I mean infrastructure, health or schools? So that's the difference between tax. Tax means the amount they collected as revenue. Fiscal policy means what they do with the money they collect as tax. So how does taxation and fiscal policy impact the business? So let's say we have low tax. So I have taken the year 2019 where Sri Lanka reduced the tax. So government reduced the VAT from 15% to 8%. That's like a 9% deduction. Removes on top of that, they even remove some nations building tax and reduce income corporate taxes. So anyway, they have reduced the VAT plus some nations building taxes. So what happens is they are the revenue the government the government got as their income that also decreased. Companies were able to earn a higher profit. Why? Because now they have to pay less money as tax. Consumers had more money to spend because in several taxes were, I mean, because VAT reduced, that means the price of the product have become little bit cheaper. However, government income reduced. Government had less money to spend on health, fuel, hospital, and it led to the 2022 economic crisis. Why? They had less income, less money, so they had again less money to buy in the foreign exchange. Now this is the opposite situation of that. Government increased the tax, or we had high taxes in the year 2022 because we had to increase our tax as per the IMF regulation. So government increased the VAT from VAT to again back to, so initially we had VAT at 15%, then it reduced up to 80. Then back again in 2022, we had to increase it up to 15%. So, and government increased corporate as well as personal income tax. More people were brought into tax bracket. Companies' profit were reduced with the increased tax. Small business struggled with the increased tax. But these measures were needed to stabilize the government finances, pay public salaries, import fuel, medicine, as well as to restore the international confidence. Right? Then, give me a second. Then the trade and the foreign policy the business have to deal with, that also matter. Trade policy means rules and regulation and strategies a country uses to control international trade or import export of goods and services. The reason is the protect local business, encourage exports and balance trade. So what they use is they use tariff. Quota means, let's say we allow business to import product. but we specify an amount on how much they can import. Yeah. Then subsidies means incentives, and FTA means free trade agreement. See, now this is what Trump also did. What Trump believed, what he assumed was, he assumed that the amount of money they pay as taxes in import is higher compared to the money they get when other people, uh, what do you call, when other people pay as taxes to America. So that's so then what he did, he increased the tariff, and the reason he mentioned was to protect the local industry. Hopefully, they will be able to uh, uh, open the door by tomorrow. So now your friend will also come out tomorrow, right? Right. So that's about trade policy. So under trade policy, what we try to do is we try to control our import and export and to balance trade. Foreign policy, it's more like the relationships we have with how a country interact with, like the relationships we have with other country, how a country interact with other nations politically, economically, and diplomatically. Let's say, we can imagine how America interact with China, then how uh, America interact with other company. So purpose, secure favorable trade, attract foreign investment, maintain political alliances. Strong diplomatic relations can give business access to new market or protect from disputes abroad. So that's what I'm saying. So let's say so currently Sri Lanka has FTAs with, like, foreign trade agreement with India. So that means now we can at least either pay zero tariff or less amount of tariff compared to our competitor. So when we have to pay or when we have a favorable trade with a country like India, what happens is, so now compared to our competitor, our products will be less costly. Then our products will be attractive to the consumer compared to our competitor in India. So it can protect you from disputes abroad. Yes. Then, and also here, can you remember the incident where I told you about TikTok? So the headquarters, even though TikTok is owned by a Singaporean, the headquarters is located in China. So USA was having trouble with this situation because they believe that they will take their data and it will impact their national security. Because why? Because they don't have a favorable foreign policy with, I mean, America did not have a favorable foreign policy with China. But so let's say they have this dispute. Let's say people are wondering why the owner is Singaporean, but he's reporting to a Chinese company. Let's say if America and China had a good relationship, then even if that situation happen, like they will, they will protect the TikTok company in that disputes, because now they, I mean, politically they are in good terms. But now this owner of the TikTok had to present in front of a judge, and they put a ban, all of that, because China and America are not in good terms, politically, economically, as well as diplomatically. Okay. After this, yeah. Then, how trade and foreign policy impact business. So we have a positive impact. Let's say it's open market, easier export of goods, access to cheaper raw material. Let's assume a case where we don't have to pay much tariff, and foreign investment. Negative impact, trade barrier. Sanction means like bans. Then political tension can lead to higher costs, limited market access, or loss of business opportunity. So here, after this, yeah, after, we have another one. So I will talk about this and then move into the video. So here, so here now I'm talking about, so here we have two presidents. One is President Sirimavo Bandaranaike. I think she is the first female president. Then we have J.R. Jayawardene. Okay. So what I'm trying to explain here is how these two presidents created different political environment and how they had different trade policies and foreign policy. Okay. So if we talk about Sirimao Bandaranaike, so she actually also following the close economic policy. Many industries were nationalized. That means they were state-owned. And I think import and export were almost, there were none. So that's why even like when it comes to for the material where people used to make dresses, I mean, they only had limited number of designs because those materials were sourced locally, and there were not many alternative. all the people were using the materials in the same design. That happened. And all of them were nationalized, including bank, insurance, as well as plantation. And private and foreign investments was limited. So as a result, high tariff and quota. So the President Sirimao Bandarak almost completely limited the import. So high tariff and quotas were imposed on import to protect the local industry. Focus was on producing goods locally, even if they are less efficient. Foreign companies had restricted access to the Sri Lankan market. Private enterprise and entrepreneurship were discouraged. Why? Because most of them were nationalized or they were owned by the government. So how it impact business was multinational companies were either expelled or discouraged. So protect domestic firms, then they often lacked competition. That means they were maintaining, their productivity was low, limited innovation and technology transfer. Government run business, that means whatever the business happening, it was dominated by the government. So that's about President Sirimao Bandaranaike. Then when it comes to President J.R. Jayawardena, he moved from the closed economy and opened the doors to import and export, as well as he is the first executive presidency in Sri Lanka. So he had more power to implement whatever the changes he had in plan. So he opened the economy to foreign investment, then reduced tariff and remove many import restrictions, encourage private enterprise and entrepreneurship. So that's his trade policy. Then establish free trade zone to attract foreign manufacture in textile and apparel. Many state-owned enterprises were privatized or allowed private competition. So what happened was GDP growth increased, especially in the export-oriented sector like textile and garment. Foreign investment flowed in, boosting industrialization. Then free trade zones created employment for thousands, particularly in the western province. Sri Lanka becomes more connected to global trade network, exporting garments. So the trade policy and the foreign policy also kinda depend on the ruler as well. So now let's move on to this video. It talks about, so now currently Trump increased tax on so many goods, specifically on China. I think they have imposed a tariff that's exceeding 100%. So now this video is saying how it could shatter Amazon sellers in the US. So America and China, they don't have a good foreign policy, and their trade policy is the increased tariff.
In this tiny warehouse in Northern California, Steve Henny is getting her products ready to sell. They make babies friends. They sell a bunch of houses, babies, house, mansion, manufactured mansion. They Additional costs.
Is 120.
We have to. It's amazing.
Here also, they will say, here he used the word reciprocal. Yeah, that word. That means they are also like putting taxes based on what they are paying.
Questioning ourselves, we just, yes. For some countries, including in the biggest flow for many Amazon sellers, Trump doubled their tariffs. There's only a free tariff of 80. These tariffs. Here's the more video. It's a huge amount of this text. See, that's a city. It's mountains. That's funny, but interesting. I see that. That's cool. Okay. That's kind of. I can do this. It's here. It's where it was shared about here. Oh, about here. No, the income that comes from that stays here.
Yeah, that will be it for today. And tomorrow's class will start at 9 o'clock.